Well, good afternoon. Fourth day in the NaNoWRIMOs here. And welcome, Greg. Glad to see you. Um, Had a rough night last night after last night's stream. I apologize to anyone who might be seeing this who was witness to that whole thing that I had been building for a week. And finally last night, I said enough. So, yeah, trying to. I'm not sure if I'm doing it right. And I'm using the StreamYard countdown timer. And hopefully, because sometimes the beginnings are cut off. Hopefully now they're not cut off, but I don't know. I listened to the replay of last night's and the quality was really bad. What I see on screen looks nice and sound, well, I don't know what it sounds like. But when I looked at the replay, it was not very well. And I don't know if it was just the way my computer was playing it or if it was really bad. No, I didn't fall asleep yesterday, I don't think. I just had a really bad stream. But I tried to replay it and it was terrible quality. I eventually fell asleep yesterday, but it took a long time. It was a rough night. And I listened to that whole thing over again. And I really don't know what else I could have done. You were there. You were witness. You saw what happened. And that has been building for a week now. And whoever that person was, and for all I know, they were a troll. But whoever that person was building during the week to what happened last night. And it was all about them. I don't know if they were pushing me to see how far they could go. I kind of failed miserably at that, but I lost control. And I had no control of my stream anymore. It was like all them. And so I apologize to anybody that might be seeing this who was here. I should have just tried to figure out how to stop that before it got so out of control. I mean, I don't want to lose my live streamers because of somebody. And if that person really did need help, then they need help that I can't give them. I'm not the person to do that. I can, listen. I can give you some, information. I can give you my opinions, but I am not a trained therapist. And that got way out of hand last night. And I didn't know how to handle it. I didn't know how to stop it, aside from what I finally did. And I just hoped that everybody was still here when I came back, minus the problem. The problem unsubscribed, obviously, because I had an almost instantaneous unsubscribe. So I pretty much figured that the problem unsubscribed. However, as we all know, you can change names and come back again. So I have to be aware that that person. No. And I didn't think about that until today when my aide told me about it. I didn't think about it. So, because they obviously took off and unsubscribed. Doesn't mean they come back, though, with somebody else. So, I know there are people out there that do that just for fun. And that could have been just for fun for them. I don't know. It took a week, and I patiently had long conversations after the stream with this person. And obviously, they were becoming way more needy than I was able to handle. And they obviously need help way more than I'm able to give. I don't want to lose my stream because of somebody else. And like I said, I don't know if that was on purpose, if the person really needed help, but I'm not the person to give it. So I'm trying to forget it, but it's not that easy. Not that easy to just forget. And I'm sorry everybody had to see that whole thing. And, you know, it was really close to losing it myself. And I didn't want to do that. And you don't need to see that. You know, I know I have my limits. And we were about to go past my limits. And no, you don't need to see that. So that's why I took the sprint when I did, and give time everybody time to think about something else. And you know, unfortunately for me, it's a little bit. I had a little bit more invested in it than other people, and I had spent a lot of time talking to them before and after sprints. And I can't give anymore. I don't have any more in me. And we were going over the same stuff over and over again. So you can't do that again. I don't want to do that again. That was draining. So today I need to write, because obviously not much writing got done yesterday. For sure. And so definitely need to get back in my project fully, not with other stuff, you know, running rampant in my head about what I should or shouldn't have done, and whatever. I mean, I don't know. No, see, I should have banned them at the time. I don't think I can go, because when you go back to the replay, it usually doesn't give you the comments, so I wouldn't be able to do it on the replay. I would have had to do it last night while it was happening. Hi, Jenna. Popping in to say hello before we head out. What happened? The stream was suddenly over. Are you okay? I got pretty shook up by that whole confrontation last night. That person had been building and building for a week. We had long talks after the stream, and the person just got way too needy for me. I couldn't handle that anymore. I tried, but I was getting tired on top of everything else. And I just had to go. And I mean, I re-listened to the whole thing again, and I didn't see that I could do it any other way. The person took over the stream. He'd been building for a week. We spent hours after stream talking, and I don't know, for all I know, it was a troll, someone who was doing that on purpose or what, but they were way too needy. I'm not set up to handle that. So, you know, they unsubscribed as far as I can tell. I had one less subscriber after that happened. I figured they probably unsubscribed, and that's fine. Oh, you didn't see that part. Well, it got to the point where, you know, when people start saying, you know, this is way off topic, and, you know, I'm not going to lose my stream because somebody, whether on purpose or couldn't help themselves, was so needy and needed to have the attention. I'm not here to entertain. I'm not here to solve your problems. I can listen. I'm not saying I can't. And people listen to me. I've had my moments. But heaven forbid, that got so totally out of control last night that I didn't know what to do. So that's why I finally said, okay, I'm going to a sprint. I hope you guys will stay. and I had to go. And when I came back, they were gone, and there was an unsubscribe. So they're probably gone. Hopefully they won't show up on another name. If they show up on the same name, then I'll have to ban them. But if they show up on another name, of course, I won't know. So, yes, it got really, really crazy in here, Greg. I mean, this, you saw part of Clutch. I wasn't going to say the name, but you saw part of it. You know part of it. You know all of it, because a lot of that was done after. But I even warned them, this is all your personal life being recorded for the public to see. And they're like, I like people to know my private life. And they do seem to, because they constantly telling me things that they don't need to be telling me. So, I had to go for my own peace of mind. And then afterward, I couldn't even write. I was tired. I was upset, and I just had to go. I didn't go to bed, believe me. I was awake for hours. And I even rewatched that video. I don't know if there's any way of deleting it. I've tried. I can't find a way to delete it, because I don't control StreamYard's connection to YouTube. It doesn't give me an option to delete, so I don't know what to do. I might be, most likely most people coming on won't listen to the very end, because that happened closer to the end. Usually don't hang out that long. Yeah. A person's going to do what they're going to do and learn from all that. I hope they learn something from all that. They're in a place where we can't help them out. You're right, Jenna. And, maybe I, shouldn't have been so forthcoming and accepting and letting, because I had to keep telling them. They kept saying, well, this is my sprint now. And maybe they weren't joking. Maybe they really meant that. They really thought it was there. It's like, all right, I think we should do a sprint now. We do the split. I did. I was just in there, and I just clicked on it, and I couldn't find any, even with the 3 dots, there's no option to delete it. So if you know of a way of getting in there and deleting that, I would definitely like to get rid of that video, because it was bad. And that shouldn't have happened. I kept reminding them, this is a writing sprint. This is not therapy. We're not here to take care of, it's just getting more and more out of control. And they obviously weren't going to listen. And if they really are 17, they think they know everything. They're not going to listen anyhow. So click on content and see the list of videos. I tried that, and a lot of therapy does happen in these streams, but this went past that point. Way past that point. See if I can bring it up a different way, because I just tried, and I didn't know how to get to the, I got the video to come up, but I couldn't figure out how to delete it. YouTube Studio. I mean, you think I should be able to delete my own content. Saturday nights. That was my latest Saturday night. So it's not in the list of content. That's only my videos. Yeah, that's my videos. I can do it to my videos. These aren't my videos. These are produced by StreamYard, and I don't have that option. They're not even listed in that. The only way I can see them is if I go to YouTube itself under my channel name, and then it'll give you a list of all my videos. But when you click on it, the three dots, it's just added to a playlist, you know, watch it later or something like that. There's no option on there to delete. No, live streams don't appear on that list. That's just my content. So delete forever is only for my stuff. I can't. I mean, there may be a way of doing it, and I may have to research further, but for now, no, it's not available as an option on there. Yeah, this one and another person passes that point a lot. I mean, we had this problem before with you know who, but since then, they've been okay. They're also medicated now. Finally. And that was a problem for a while. I used to hate seeing that name come on. It's like, oh God, no. No, the live streams are controlled by StreamYard. So I can click on them to see them again because they appear in my list of what's available on the main page, but they don't have an option to delete them. There should be a way, though. Yeah, I may have to go through StreamYard and see if there's a way to take it off. Because whether, you know, I mean, it doesn't look good, and it doesn't look good for them as well as for me. And it just doesn't need to be out there. They were obviously having a breakdown. I should have seen it coming when we started with this Devin this and Devin that. I'm going to die. I have to wait 7 days to see Devin. I mean, this stuff went on for a week. Should have known there was an issue coming, but you can list them on the main page, but you can't delete them. I was just there trying to do that, and it wouldn't let me. And I tried. I don't even see anything in the dashboard. That's my latest performance, which was yesterday. No three dots there. Go to analytics. I'm no good with analytics, but it hasn't even hit the published videos list yet. It's there as the latest stream, so it's on that one. I don't know. It's not on there yet, but I was wondering. Ah, it's not up yet. It's still not in the list. But maybe tomorrow it'll hit. There is an option to delete after it hits. Right now it's just as latest video, so I can't do anything to it. But there, when I go down to the list under it, this is, you know, latest videos. Once it appears there, it does give me the option to delete it. So I got to try to remember to do that tomorrow and see if it's popped down in that list yet. So it was under the dashboard. There's no 3 dots. Because I guess because it's the latest one, it won't let you delete it. You have to go to videos. No, it takes me back to my videos again. That's not it. I have to catch it while it's in that small little screen and hit on the edit button. And it does have 3 dots on there once I'm on the screen. All right. Gotta remember that because I want to get that off of. Oh, I don't want that on there. I don't need that on there. All right. So as long as this says upload, see the list of content, look at the top, it says uploads and live. Create, upload videos. I don't think that's going to do anything because it's going to. I'm just going to have to watch it till tomorrow. Hopefully it'll show up. Fridays is there on published videos. It's a different spot on the dashboard. But yesterday's still the latest live stream, so they're not letting me do anything to it. But I should be able to. I know I can. I just went into Friday nights and I can actually delete Friday nights if I wanted to. So I should be able to, once that hits that list, it does give me options. So I'm going to try to remember to do that tomorrow. Look for that video because I don't want that up there. Whether that was real or not, I don't need that up there. So. Yeah, I can see the old stuff. I can only see the old stuff, all of it on my main dash, my main, where the channel art is, my main channel, that part, but you can't delete from there. I already tried. But on the dashboard on the YouTube Studio, like I said, it has a section for the older ones, and it allows you. But it only allows you access to the first few. So after that, I don't know how you get to them after that. So I have to try to catch it tomorrow, but it's still on the list. And this will be the new one. So that'll bump it down into the list, hopefully. And then I can just delete it off of there. Because whether it was, like I said, whether it was real or not, no one needs to see that. That was bad. All right. Spent enough time on that. So Jenna is going out tonight. It will not be here. Well, have fun. I forget what you said you were doing. Or maybe you didn't. I know you just met your best friend from school. Easter. You might be on later. Okay. Yeah. See, I keep forgetting it's Easter because for me, nothing happened much. And so, it's kind of hard to, it's like the same, one day after the other, same old thing. And you are, I keep forgetting you're 3 hours behind me, so it's like probably not even time to do dinner unless you do it early in the day. But thanks, Greg. I mean, at least you got me to the right page, even though I can't do anything tonight. Obviously, it has to be on that other list. No, they don't list them the same way as regular videos that you create. That's a different thing. I know how to delete them. I've had to delete them before, and I do know how to do that. But the streams they appear in your list of videos eventually. So when I click on my name, it's up there, but it won't let me do anything. So Greg says I'm still waiting on the proofreader. I'm meant to work on chapter 4 before that. I think I might do some research first. That's an interesting way of doing it. So you're doing each chapter and waiting for the proofreader to get back, rather than going on and find out something wasn't right and you went too far. And I mean, it does have its merits, obviously, because you don't do a bunch of work on something that's not really a good idea. Jenna says, sounds like it's time for me to get dressed. Write a lot of words tonight. Okay. Well, happy Easter to you, Jenna. Maybe we'll see you later. Good night for now. Whereas I tend to write everything, and then, of course, you got to go back and fix things. And sometimes it does affect the stuff that you've written before and or after. So I think you're the first person, though, that I know of that has actually done chapter by chapter with a proofreader. Not that I know a lot of people. Doesn't mean anything. um, so it does make it harder because you're on, waiting for them to give your work back. I'm not sure which is the best way to do it. Craig says I wouldn't have thought it was that unusual. Maybe it isn't. I've never heard of it, but I am not someone who's been around a long time. And I'm not used to writing long things, so I wouldn't be in that group of people who does long work. I don't know. I mean, I know that people write and then they send it to a beta reader. Proofreading is the last thing. If you talk to most of them, they say proofreading. So unless your proofreader is doing more than just proofing for mistakes, then they're not really a proofreader. They're doing more like a beta reader or an editor that does more than just proofing it for mistakes. So maybe the terminology is because we're two different languages. Even though we both speak English, we know that British and American English are not the same. On the contrary, once I had an understanding with the proofreader, it would have felt very strange to make her wait a year or so. You probably have a different, it's probably called something different here. To me, proofreading is just checking for spelling errors. That's what a proofreader does. And that's what's done at the end of the document. So it might be the word that you guys use, but I don't think we would consider it proofreading. It sounds, yeah, it sounds more like what they call developmental edits. They look for mistakes, but they make sure there's continuity and stop bobbed in the story, that your, story's moving along, that it makes sense, that you're, not out of order. I think it's probably more like a developmental editor would do. Because proofreading here just means looking for misspelling and punctuation errors. Maybe not even punctuation, just mainly spelling. That's what proofreading here means. So, okay, yeah, I think it's not necessarily proofreading as I know proofreading. I think we got a difference in our words. So I can see why you wouldn't want to go forward without having, but people here do it all the time. They send the whole document. Developmental editor, that could be it, yeah. They send the whole document. It's not, I don't know, I can't say it's not done on a chapter by chapter. I guess that would depend on how you set up your contract with your editor. But I'm having mine done after it's after the fact. It's not beforehand. And then after that, and I fix that, then they do the line edits where they do a lot more intense look at every line to make sure there's nothing wrong. And then it goes into regular editing. Goes into proofreading just before you publish. And that's to make sure there's no spelling. And as we can tell from books that are printed, a lot of them get missed. Because there's always mistakes in books. Nobody's perfect. Nobody. Not even editors. That makes more sense than just proofreading. So I kind of wonder why you were sending it to a proofreader now. But that makes more sense. The developmental editor. Just terminology. I didn't know any of these things existed. I'm still fairly new to all that. Now, I wasn't going to do any of this, but I decided, since Melanie's just starting out, she's not charging as much as most people charge yet. Once she gets experience behind her, then, she can command the bigger. I may not be doing more than the one anyhow, because once I move out into not assisted living, I won't have any money at all. But I want to have at least one done. Hi, BH. Happy Easter, if you celebrate. Obviously, I'm not doing anything, so. Will probably be the last one. I hope to learn a little bit from it to help me. I'll be on my own from then on. I'm only putting them on my blog. I'm not publishing them out in the world. So they don't have to be as perfect. Thank you. Are you here to sprint, PH? Or are you just dropping by? We haven't done a sprint yet. I know it's a little later than usual, but we were talking. I need to put my thinking cap on. I need to start writing. I have the air conditioner on. It is hot. You may hear it going on and off in the background. I may have to turn the fan on though, because when it's not running, it gets hot up here. The sun is blasting in the window right now. I mean, that foil helps keep the direct sunlight from hitting my screen, because it was lighting up like I was, you know, this big bright thing all around me, like I was the Jesus or something, you know. Sprint, yay. All right, so let's get the first one started. Mm, 25 minutes. Set for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. All right, now I got to open my documents and try to find my spot and put my thinking cap on and start doing something. I figured we'll do the 25. This seems to be everybody's somewhere between 20 and 30. So I got a lot of people that didn't like the 30. So I figured 25. I don't want to get too short because I just sooner get into it and it's ending on me. So I usually lately have just been sticking with the 25. I don't understand this warm-up sprint thing. Why you need 10 minutes to warm up. It takes me 10 minutes to open everything. So we're set for 25. Oh, I didn't put the timer up. Forgot. There we go. There's your timer. Ugh. Okay. I will see you in 24 minutes. Okay. That was, I don't know. That was confusing. I was trying to find my place in the story and trying to figure out what I do and don't need and what is repetition and changing from 2 murders to 1. There's a lot of changes that have to be fixed. And, you know, it causes other problems down the line, you know, taking out this other murder. So this person's not dead now, and I'm confusing myself. You can imagine what the writer, the editor's going to think. Hopefully it's not too screwed up. So, did you guys get anything done? Oh. That sun coming over to the side is like tremendously hot. And I'm on the 6th floor, so heat rises. And when I get the sun beating directly in the window, it's right in my window. They could have put this building in a better spot. The people on the other side complain. I said, but you don't realize, you know, you have it from the morning when it comes up to around midnight, noon, when it starts to go straight up. And then you don't have direct sun beating on you. It comes over the building and comes down our side, and it's on our side till it goes down. And in the summer, that's a long time. And it gets really, really hot in here. Greg said, I found some old technical books on an online library. I think I will be reading them all night. Wow. That's interesting. Oh, Courtney's here. Hi, Courtney. 358 in the last 10 minutes. I joined late. That's good. Especially for only 10 minutes. Good job. Greg says, yeah, they should have put your building in the Bahamas. Now that's a thought. Now, why didn't I think of that one? I can imagine that. Wait, let's put this state-run, you know, what is it? Subsidized building in the Bahamas for these nice people. They really deserve it. They've worked hard their whole lives. Let's give them a nice retirement place in the Bahamas. Yeah, I can see that happening. Living in a subsidized government property is not the best thing in the world. It could be a lot worse. I've seen some really terrible places. And when I actually saw the place that I was going to live in, I was a little surprised, but happy, definitely. Because I was expecting to find this disgusting apartment full of bugs. We do have bugs occasionally, but everybody has bugs occasionally. But, no, it wasn't as bad as I thought. I'm like, this isn't bad. I mean, it's not huge, but I was living in a bedroom at my dad's, so now I have a whole apartment. Of course, it's not much bigger than the bedroom that I had at my dad's, but, you know, it's really not that bad. Some of the rules are a pain. Yeah, government building, government rules. But, yeah. And now I'm getting ready to move into probably what's even going to be a smaller space because I got to share it with somebody. I wouldn't mind a smaller space. It's just the sharing with a stranger part I'm not too thrilled about. But what do I have? You know, it's not like I have money. So if I had money, I could do whatever I wanted. I could get a place all by myself. But there is no money. So I'm kind of at, you know, I'm lucky to have a roof over my head. That's the biggest thing. I mean, I do at least have a roof over my head. It may not be in the Bahamas, but I have a roof over my head. And until I move, I'll have my own apartment. Then I'll have to share space with a stranger. But in a nursing home, you not only share space, you got a little tiny curtain dividing two beds. So it's supposedly bigger than that. And she keeps saying, you take your own furniture. They don't even provide a bed. Though I'm not sure my bed's going to fit because it's not the smallest bed. It's not a twin is what we consider our small bed, the very first size. And then up from that, it's one size up, a full size bed. So I don't know how big these, and I don't know if there's a curtain or if there's really a wall. I'm hoping it was like a 2-bedroom apartment just converted into a shared space for 2 people. Because I know we have to share space. So I'm hoping it's like a 2-bedroom apartment. That way there would be actual room, you know, like a privacy room. Otherwise, in a nursing home, you just have a curtain you pull between your bed and there is no privacy whatsoever. And you're like within feet of the other person's bed. So, you know, I'm hoping there's more than that at least. I know that because my dad's in a nursing home. That's what she kept calling it, a 1 bed. She says they had a 1 bed open. I said, okay, so they provide the bed, right? So I'm thinking, great, they'll provide the bed. I can get rid of this piece, and I want to buy a bed. And she's like, no, you have to take your own furniture. And I'm like, why are you calling it a 1 bed? I guess that's the differentiate between a 1 and 2 bedroom place. And, you know, Medicare, Medicaid, the state-run government entity that will be paying for this place is certainly not going to pay for more than 1 room. And you share. So they had to convert their places, so many of their places, into Medicaid. So if you take a 2-bedroom, you can divide it in half. You still share the bathroom. I don't know what they do about the kitchen because they cook. They provide meals, so I shouldn't only need a kitchen. Maybe there's a little kitchenette if you want to make a cup of tea or something. Or maybe they just take everything converted into 2 rooms and a shared bath. I'm not really sure, having not seen one of these places. And they're all different. And if you have money, then of course, you know, you can pay for whatever you want. They make them very fancy to, you know, inexpensive. And believe me, the normal cost for a place in these kind of places is like $3,000 a month because you pay for medical care depending on how much medical care you need. Whereas I kind of need a higher level than most people because of my problems and the help I need. It's going to cost more. So yeah, I don't know. I may not be able to take my bed because it may not fit, and I may still have to buy a twin bed to put in there if they don't, since it says they don't provide beds. I guess because of the kind of situation that, you know, they're basically apartments for people who need help. So they provide, you know, 24-hour nursing care. I know a lot about them. I've never really looked, you know, and when I tried looking for them, I couldn't find. And they said there's very few Medicaid sponsored bed assisted living. So I guess that's why I couldn't find them. So hopefully it'll be in a nice place. Now the first one that she found, but unfortunately filled before I got it, was a really nice place. And she said the one that's open now you don't want. Besides the fact it's in a city that's way far away, the opposite direction from my children. I mean, they won't come see me now. They're not going to go all the way up to that place. And it's not a nice area. And she says, you don't want to live there. I can tell you that right now. So, no, we'll keep looking. I'm like, okay, we'll keep looking. Get a rectangle on the ground large enough for a bed. Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, I don't really know. But if it's just a curtain, like in the nursing home, if it's just a curtain between, that's going to be pretty difficult because you got to kind of be quiet. Because, I mean, I've been in hospital rooms and stuff, and it's like the other person, doesn't have visitors, doesn't want to be quiet, doesn't like noise, you don't want to bother them. I don't want to live the rest of my life like, oh my God, I made a sound, she's going to be mad kind of thing, I know they're gender, uh, gender done. If you're a girl, you go with a girl. If you're a guy, you go with a guy. They do not have, what do you call it? When they mix the genders in a co-ed. They're not co-ed. The only time they'd be co-ed is if you were married to the person. That's the only time they're co-ed. If you're married to the person. And they do have larger spaces because sometimes a lot of people like their own rooms. So my guess is they probably took a 2-bedroom, I hope. I hope it's not just a 1-bedroom, because if it's just a 1-bedroom and then split like a nursing home, then there's not going to be room for a bunch of furniture. She keeps saying, no, you take your furniture with you. And she may not know what she's talking about. She told me it's not her area. She just knows that there was one available and she called them, but it's not her area of expertise. And she could be completely wrong. And maybe it does come with a bed, and maybe it's, a curtain down the middle, and that's where I'm going to be living and sharing a bathroom with some stranger. It's hard enough sharing a bathroom with your family. Share a bathroom with a stranger. Of course, depending on their situation, they may not even use the bathroom. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they put people in different area levels of care together. Like, this person doesn't need much help and this person needs a ton of help. Do they put them together, or do they try to put them by their level of care? She couldn't really help me, so she couldn't answer questions. Didn't, the only thing she could tell me is, oh no, you take your own, because I kept saying, can I take my computer? I mean, it's an important thing to me. Probably won't be taking the thing it's in now. It's a big piece of furniture. And I got a lot of junk in it. I keep saying I got to start cleaning it out. You see how far I've gotten? Nowhere. I got boxes now. So far the boxes are empty. I haven't done anything. I really need to do something. I keep telling myself that. So, but my big thing was my computer. I want to be able to continue writing and have an access. They have Wi-Fi, so it's not like I can't connect to the internet, but I may not be able to stream. Because if their Wi-Fi is anything like my Wi-Fi, it's not strong enough to stream on. It's really crappy. So last night's replay looked terrible. Like, what the heck? Am I back to a lousy stream again? Nobody said anything so far. I started it over again. It seemed a little bit better when I restarted it. So I'm not sure what was going on. I would prefer them, though, to provide me, because I figure, you know, if they provide a hospital bed, that would be great. But no, she says, no, no bed, no furniture. They just called a one bed because it only fits one bed. Okay. What size bed is that one bed? Because I have a big bed. The Wi-Fi supposedly is for the residents. That's what they claim. But then again, the paying residents, they may, hopefully, they include the Medicaid, because Medicaid's paying them a huge amount of money. So you would hope that Wi-Fi was included. But they don't include the cable. So if you want TV, you buy your TV and you pay for cable. Well, I can't pay for cable. I don't have an income because Medicaid's going to take it all. So there will be no TV. Now, I could use my computer, but then there's the problem. Who's going to pay, like, you know, Netflix or whatever? I can't pay for that either because there's no income. Good thing I'm not totally hooked on it, isn't it? And I won't have my phone because you could do that on your smartphone, but I won't have a phone because I can't pay the service for the phone. So paying for a phone, we might have to do something because then the kids wouldn't have a way to get a hold of me at all if I didn't have a phone. However, if it means that they may have to put money out toward it, they may say, no, that's not going to happen. So I don't know. And if the computer fails, yeah, you're stuck. Rip away your freedom and don't provide a bed. They allow a bed. They just make you bring your own. I thought a bed would be provided. I know in a nursing home, obviously a bed is provided. But this isn't a nursing home. It's like in between, you know, not quite a nursing home. So you have a little bit more freedom. You're allowed to go out on trips and out with your family. And yeah, like my family cares enough to come get me and go on a trip. I'm not going to hold my breath on that one. You don't do it now, so. They're just looking for the easy way out of this so they don't have to deal with me. So whatever's the easiest for them, you know, they're all for it. All for it. They're such a wonderful family. What did I do in a previous life that was so awful that I deserve this? Beyond me. Am I sure I want to go there? No, I'm not sure I want to go there. But the alternative is a nursing home, and I know I don't want to go there. So I'm being offered an in-between, an intermediate fix, which is assistant living. And if I can find a nice place, then it won't be quite as bad. And hopefully a nice roommate, not Godzilla or something. But no guarantees on that either. You don't pick your own roommate. You get whoever happens to be, and there is no choices. I don't know what happens if you really can't get along with the person. I don't know what happens then. No, they don't give you money in a nursing home either. Out of my dad's Medicaid check, he gets $50 a month. and I believe that's what she said it is in assisted living too. Medicaid takes the rest of the check. Not that it's much, but they have to foot the bill. So they're going to take whatever they can. So they have to leave you with like $50. And really, $50 doesn't buy much because you have to do like haircuts and clothing, and anything you might need has to come out of $50 a month. So you're talking about $50 a month. What's that, $600 for the year? And you only get $50 a month. So this week I can buy a pair of pants and a shirt. I mean, this month, and maybe next month I can get my hair cut. You know, they expect the families to chip in and help. And of course, they're more, since these places are, if they're all Medicaid related, then they're crap, which is probably what that place was she was telling me about. They're crap. But if they're a nice place converted into partially Medicaid, they'll be a little bit nicer. So hopefully I can get into something like that rather than one that's all Medicaid, because Medicaid, government doesn't care. They really don't care. Whatever the cheapest is for them, that's the way they're going. And I don't have money, so it's not like my dad. When he went to nursing home, he owned a home, a car, and had money still from his retirement. He had to pay all of his own money until he ran out, and then Medicaid started paying. Had to sell his house, sell his car. My car I had to sell, but it isn't worth much. And you know, all those things had to be done and given to Medicaid for paying for his housing. And the place he's in, they told us it was $10,000 a month. Now I only get like $6,000 a month from Medicaid on the program I'm on. That's still a lot of money that they have to put out, obviously, since I don't make anywhere near that. It would take me 6 months to make that much money. Maybe 7. 7 months? 6 months. Around 6 months. To make 1 month. If it was 6 a month. But that's what my government program pays for the assisted living. But it's not as easy as a nursing. It's easier to get into a nursing home. They're plentiful. But assisted living facilities are not. Very hard to get into. Unless you want to pay for them. And like I said, I was looking at that one place she was trying to get me into. And they were like $3,000 some a month. Plus, of course, buying your TV and all that stuff. Paying for your cable. All that. Because I didn't think too much about it, but my dad moved from the first facility because he was still under rehab. He was provided a phone and TV. Never thought about it. And then when he moved to the nursing home, they said, okay, now you have to buy him a TV. You have to pay, I'm like, what? If you get him phone, you have to get a phone service, pay for the phone service, buy the phone, and all that stuff. So that's when I started realizing there is a slight difference. So you kind of sign your life away. And I'm still kind of young, obviously. But I have so many medical issues that I kind of need to have. I mean, I could be here for a whole nother year. One never knows. I'm waiting for my stimulus check so I can pay off the bills I have. Because I can't pay for anything. Once I go in there, they take my whole check. Gone. They take my pension. Gone. Not that it's big, but it's gone. Goes to Medicaid to help them pay for the, or maybe it goes to the nursing home, and then it's, I don't know how they do it. I'm not really sure how it works. I only have a little bit of ideas from my, dad being in a nursing home. And he's on Medicaid, so it's not the best in the world. The food tastes like crap. And I know that for a fact because I was in the same facility for rehab. And their menu says how proud they are of their food. It's served to the best standards of, the highest chefs. And I ate that first meal and I am like sick. And I'm like, my dad complained and we told him, look, Dad, it's a hospital. What are you expecting? Well, I was expecting more than that. So I apologized to him. I said, I did you a disservice. You're right. This food is awful. He starts laughing and he says, just don't be here long enough that you start to like it. Because after a while, you get to a point where he said, well, you don't care. You need food, you eat it. The highlight of the day is meal times. Like, don't interrupt him when he's eating. And he hates the food. It's like, oh my God. And it is awful. I couldn't believe how awful it was. Oh. So, of course, I see the same words written on this website for this place, We have the best food, the highest recommended chef. Well, I'm like, oh, God, no. I remember what happened the last time I saw that wording. Bad news. Bad news. But this is a regular place that's been converted just a few places into Medicaid, so it's a little bit nicer than a full Medicaid building. If it's complete Medicaid, it's probably shit. I think we need to sprint again. My story's got me so confused, I don't know if I'm coming or going anymore. So, I think we need to sprint again. Oh, setting the timer for 25 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All righty. I will see you in 24 minutes or so. So I'm still trying to figure this one section out. Man, I really got it messed up. I hate to have to print it out just to try to put it in order, but I may have to because I'm having a hard time going back and forth trying to figure out what's what. Greg says I'm boiling some water, hot water, to eat some food. I just got news that loads of people were celebrating Easter in the streets yesterday in the city, most not wearing masks. In 14 days, numbers will go sky high. No end to lockdown anytime soon. People are so dumb. Yeah, we're having an issue right now with numbers rising because of the Super Bowl, the big, football thing that we celebrate here in America. And, as usual, after anything like that, people go to these events. They don't wear their masks. They party, and they go home and take it, with them, and then infect their families and areas they live in, and numbers will rise again. And that's what they're doing now, and they're blaming it on the Super Bowl. So we've had another large increase in the amount of cases. And this is with people, supposedly having vaccinations and whatnot. I mean, it's not going away, people. The vaccinations, I've had so many medical people tell me they're not made to stop you from getting it. They're just trying to make the symptoms not as severe. They don't have anything to stop this. It's still going to have to stay away from people. Wear your mask and try to stay away. And people are stupid. So, will this ever go away? Who knows? A lot of people continue living the way they are. I don't like the idea that I may have to wear a mask the rest of my life. I have asthma, and I have a hard time breathing. And having to wear a mask is really a problem. But I still wear one, even though it's difficult for me. I still wear it. I don't go stupid and not. I've educated myself as much as I possibly can on something that they don't have a lot of information on. But common sense would tell you not to do that. But no. And then they go and they give people this idea, oh, you're vaccinated now, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. So they take off their mask and they're asymptomatic. They feel fine, wonderful, and they're out spreading the disease to everybody else. So, yeah, it's inevitable. It's stupid, really. So you can figure, in 14 days now, people are going to have we're going to have another surge. We're in the mess of one now because of the Super Bowl. And then we're going to have, people that celebrate Easter. I mean, I worry about my aide. I mean, she insists on having big parties and stuff. Christmas, Thanksgiving, all the holidays. Nobody's going to tell me what I can do. I'll have people over to my house and have a party if I want to. And I'm like, yeah, and then you come here and bring your, diseases to me. I'm not going to be very happy if I end up with COVID because I'm a high risk. If I get it, I could be pretty sick. Hey, gibberish. I'm here and have 3 final essays to do and a midterm and a couple tests, and one of the essay is a group project. How the heck am I supposed to do a group project when we're remote? I don't know these people. That was me ranting. I had to let that out. That's fine. I understand gibberish. Greg says, does the mask really affect your breathing much? Yes. When I'm in the flu, breathing, the stress, having that mask on is really, really difficult. So I have to have it on while the aide is here. But sometimes she'll say, since we're we're over 6 feet apart and she's in the other part of the apartment, I could take it off for a little while and try to breathe for a little while. But for the most part, I'm out in life and I'm stuck doing, what everybody's doing, which means wearing a mask, whether I can breathe or not. It's irrelevant, My Atlantic teacher life. Hi, Tessa, Curry here. Got writing to get done, and I'm slowly losing motivation. Oh, sorry to hear that. Welcome. I can understand losing motivation can sometimes be hard. My story right now is in, beta reader critique stage, and that's not a fun spot to be in. So, yeah, I'm not exactly thrilled with it either. Yeah, I have to fight with trying to do the critiques and stuff. I have an editing coming up in May 1st. So I have this month to finish it. Plus, I said I'd write 20,000 words on I got 2 new projects started, books 2 and 3. So I got some words to do besides the editing. Hopefully you can pick up your motivation again. I know that's rough. B says, I'm back. Apparently we had an improv video call with multiple family members. I hear everybody's families, oh, we do, calls. My kids don't even bother calling me. Rarely. And I have a grandson who's busy growing up, and I might see a picture once in a blue moon, but for the most part, they don't take the time to set up video calls so we can all talk together and spend some time together. And nah, just stick to themselves. Deal with me if they have to, grumbling and complaining and bitching and moaning and all that stuff. Okay, so everyone is celebrating Easter in multiple locations in 2 different states. Oh, beach. It's almost over. It's the next holiday, right? I mean, I know Laura, her and her family every weekend spend, a lot of time. I don't know which online application they actually use, but, they all get together. And it's kind of like at least being together, whereas I don't even see or hear my family rarely, unless they force them to come take me to the hospital. Then they're mad at me. I haven't seen my grandson. I know he's walking all over the place now. But, yeah, I don't see them. BH says also my mom and sister left a few hours ago to go magnet fishing, and now they can't recover the magnet that is stuck on something in the water. Oh, never heard of magnet fishing. So what? Well, I gather you're not fishing for fish. You're looking for metal things that are in the water that maybe you can pick up something that's worth something. I'm gathering that's what that means by magnet fishing. It's not something I've heard of. Well, someone's either going to have to get out and go down and look, or you lost your magnet. Cut the line and move on. I don't know what to do after that. It's about the only thing I can think of. Actually, it's kind of funny. That would make an interesting story. Shame Megan's not here. You can tell Megan, here's a story for you. There's something about that. It's kind of interesting. Find out what magnet fishing is, write a story. What do they find? how interesting it could be. Yeah, sounds like a possibility for a story. Sure. Okay. Attach a powerful magnet to a strong rope in the water. Look for metal objects. Okay, well, that's what I kind of figured. Hoping for something, obviously, that's worth something. Your sister is in the water and hunting for it, yanking at the rope. Oh my gosh. I wonder what's down there. That they, because metal, it has to be metal. It doesn't attach to aluminum. So obviously it's something very metal for it to attach itself. And interesting. Yeah, it could be a story. Definitely a possibility. I'm not sure it's my type of story, but it could be a story. I'd hate to be in the water right now, though. I know the temperature here is a normal range for not being in water, but I think it'd be a little cold in the water, so I hate to be the one in the water searching for the magnet. Oh, fun, fun, fun. You'll have to let us know if they pull up anything, if they let you know. I'd be curious to find out what's down there that's got them all. Well, that should be attached to a platform or sunk boat. Cut the line. Might have to. It might, yeah, it was an expensive magnet. Okay. I can understand that. But if it's something you can't bring up and you can't unattach it from whatever it's stuck to, what are your choices? That would definitely suck, though. It'd be interesting to find out what's stuck to, though. All right, well, let's set up another sprint. "25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go." I hate that to print this out in order to do it, but I'm getting so confused trying to do it with the little bit I can see of it. Because I can't even open it full screen. Well, I could, but then it blocks the timer and everything, which is one thing I like about working with the Word. I can shrink the screen down and actually keep an eye on the timer and the chat that way. BA says, "I'm doing NaNoWRIMO this month." That's cool. This is your first one, right? First time? You have a story planned? If not, you can make one up about a fishing magnet. You need a story. That's a pretty, because you could, come up with something really interesting that they find. I think it would be an interesting story. I went for 10K words because I didn't think I had loads of time, but on day 4, I got 5K words. That's half my goal. Well, cool. Good for you. It's first doing camp. I have done November for. Okay. Yeah. Camp, you can do whatever you want. November's a little bit more strict. And my 52,000 word story is now down to 49,000 because I'm cutting things out. So I'm not even at 50,000 anymore. I don't know if it'll go back up above 50,000 or not. You keep cutting stuff out. Because they were telling me, you got too many things repeated. You keep saying the same thing over and over again. People are tired of reading the same thing. That's my beta readers. Maybe I should have made a larger goal. Yeah, I don't think it's allowing you to change it now. Somebody was trying last night. Heather was trying last night. She had to finally put a new goal in there, like redo it, because she wanted to change her goal and it wouldn't let her. Sometimes it'll let you do it in the first few days, but she couldn't change her goal, so she had to put a brand new one in there. Because I know I'm, not sure how much I think. I went with 20,000 because I'm doing editing too. And I wanted to have, 20,000 words. So we'll see how close. I mean, I may end up coming, getting done really early too. Because it is hard to know what your goal was finally going to, how long it'll take you because you have your good and your bad days. And I'm kind of the person that wants to make it lower because I want to make my goal. I don't want to have to work to make the goal. I want the goal to come to me, so I make it low. All right, well, timer's running. I want to see if I can work on the story some more. So I will see you guys in a little bit. Boy, those timers go so fast. 25 minutes and boom. Oh, hi, Funky. Yeah, I'll probably be here for a while. A little while now. Do have to go to bed tonight. Can't stay up all night. But it'll be till later. It's only 7. So I'll see you later. Greg finished his couscous meal, and now better do some work. Good idea. But that time goes so fast. It's like I'm just finally getting back into my story, trying to figure out the best way to write this, and then boom, there's that timer again. BA says we just had another improv video chat. So many people. My energy is depleted, I'm sure. And they couldn't get the magnet back. I like how you said couscous. I don't even know if that's right. I'm just saying it. I don't know exact terminology for the word. Glad I entertained you anyhow. It's probably something completely different, right? I don't even know what it is. It's beyond my, what's the word? Beyond my ken, beyond my knowledge. So my Atlantic teacher, Curry, right? Curry, got 172 words, but spent some time looking up some first line writing prompts and dialogue prompts, which helped get my motivation back to link into my story. Cool. I find prompts to be very helpful for me, but not everybody does. I just wrote 2 40-part pieces to 2 stories on a blog, on my blog, using prompts, and they will become books 2 and 3. And I do them like, I call them serial prompts because they're more than one prompt. Like I do one, and then when the next one comes out, I add it to the story. If it's addable, sometimes they're not. But sometimes I can take one of those and make a story out of it, which I did twice so far now. So, well, this time I've done numerous serial prompts on my blog. And they're in book 1 too. So I use a lot of them in there. But I find prompts to actually really boost my thoughts and help me get some ideas, because I wrote the stories using the prompts. I wasn't sure where it was going, which kind of helped, because then it took a bit, it went a certain way, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, I could do, and so I find prompts really helpful, but not everybody does. That's the way it should be said now. You mean it's not the way it's said? It's not called couscous? I don't know. I thought it was couscous. You like the way I say it. Okay, well, we'll change the whole language because of the way I said it. Gibberish read 24 pages. Okay, I'm reading this backwards, obviously. I don't know why. I got into the prompt thing, and the next thing I know, I noticed some I missed. Sometimes it jumps, and it can't always tell when it's gonna jump. I am sorry to BH that they weren't able to get the magnet back. That's a shame. And of course, they didn't tell you what it was stuck to. Well, they never found out what it was stuck to, maybe. Greg says they are basically tiny wheat balls cooked like rice. Doesn't sound very interesting. You can have your couscous or whatever it's called. uh, that's funny. I do my best. I do my best with what I'm presented with. Never know for sure if I'm doing it right. So now you get to do what? Reading on those technical books that you found? Interest, interesting. I mean, I'm not really interested in this stuff anymore. I'm not sure I would care to read about it, but I'm sure for your purposes that they're a great find. I mean, I really wasn't that interested in programming to begin with, but I like the website design part of it, which I was more interested in, but part of the program happened to be programming, so we got program as well. That's just not just, web design. Excuse me. They didn't have just web design. You had to take the programming with the web design if you wanted web design. So I think, we could have gotten something better, but it was a technical tool, and, all they, worried about was, classes that fit the particular subject that you had chosen. And I'm not sure exactly it was what I wanted, but it worked. Greg says, yeah, I'm reading about the X windowing system, and I'm writing code as I go along. Interesting. By the way, my channel now has 180 subs. Very excited. Wow. Whatever you did for that video, you hit the right button. That's great. It's definitely something to be very excited about. I'm going the other way right now. I'm sure it will change eventually and go the other way. It's just that after last night, I lost somebody. So, you lose some, you win. You win some, you lose some. Well, I said that backwards. I wonder where my brain is sometimes. That's great. Yeah, you can do that. You hit the right subject, and there's people out there that are interested, and if they talk it up among their friends, you'll have other people interested. So yeah, that's great. You're moving right along. Cool. All right. I'm trying to rewrite this in a smarter way and not and eliminate, which is why I'm eliminating stuff, because there was a really stupid way I wrote that, and now of course I'm eliminating. Whether I'll go back and try to beef it back up to at least 50,000, I don't know, but I'm down to 40,000 something, 49,000 something, so I'm under the 50,000 mark. I think they say it has to be at least 40,000 to be considered a novel. I would like to at least be 50,000, but I lost, I cut out several sections, and there's a lot of words. Trying to highlight things and then go back and see if I talked about them, so I could find them again when I come back. And they're not exactly I'm moving them around, I'm rewording things, I'm trying to a lot of my things are said in longer. It's the same way I said with the program, how I would get to the same place, but it would take me longer. Kind of the same way with my writing. Like, my sentences are longer than they need to be. When there's a shorter way to say it, it corrects me and says, you know, it should be. And it's like, yeah, that would have been an easier way of saying that instead of going the long roundabout route I just did. So I do that even in my writing. And it's a habit I need to kind of break. So I'm trying to write smarter right now instead of longer, even though I like the words. I need to cut down on the longer versions of the sentences that don't need to be. Need to make them simpler. So that's what I'm working on now. Just trying to make it simpler. Plus, it was all out of order, and having copied it and pasted it several times and put new stuff in and took taken stuff out. There are things in there that I missed, and I'm still finding remnants of things that don't belong there, like you would find in your program, and it's like just not working well. Wonder why. Oh, well, look at the language there. You know, something's there that doesn't belong. Well, it doesn't run right, so the program quits running, and well, it's kind of the same thing with the story. So, you know, it's not flowing right because of all this stuff. Okay. Correct. So people have different numbers, but a novella is between 30 and 50K words. Yeah, depending on what you look up. I've looked up other sites where it says 40,000 is a novel. And others I had seen where under 50K was not a novel. So, you know, then this says, well, you know, it really depends on the genre. So you need to look up the specific genre to see what that says. Let's see, where is, gotta find my, be this one. Can't click on the link in Word, in Yardstream. I have to go to the site. Like I said, I've seen several different ways depending on the website. Oh. All right, got it. Got it. Whoa. It wasn't muted. Sorry about that. Let's see here. "18 book genres." Wow. My memoir is 270,000 words long. Wow. The right life. Oh, I subscribe to this. Okay. I know I get emails from. I'll have to read this. It was pretty funny though. 270,000 word memoir. I'm sure I would not be diving into that one. um, all right. Thanks for the link. Like I said, it all depends on the website you go to. So BA says, well, I'm headed out. I'm going to look for a snack, swap over to reading because I feel like I got a fair amount of words and I want to avoid burnout. We don't want burnout, definitely. Thanks for stopping by. Have a nice night. We'll see you another time. Thank you. Thank you, BH. Yeah, it's nice to see you. Nice to be here and not in the hospital. Yeah, 70K beyond my... I just can't seem to get that many words. I mean, the more I work on description, the better I'll be, the longer my novel might be. But right now, bare bones, and it's pretty bare bones. It's now under 50,000. I thought 50,000 was hard. And I'm not sure, because I'm actually cutting as I go along. I realize just how much repetition there is. I can't have the same, each person saying the exact same thing. Like, you know, there has to be something there for people to be interested in wanting to read. So now BH has got me wanting food again. I was already thinking food before she brought it up. I really wanted that pizza, but they refused to bring it up to my door. You know, it's weird. Well, it is getting dark finally, but it's early because I started early, so it doesn't seems like it should be later than it is. Yeah, I really wanted that pizza. I have to go to the store. I don't want to go to the store, and my neighbor's driving me crazy because he wants to go to the store, and he has to wait until I go to the store, or he can drive. He can't drive, or he can take the bus to the store. I don't care. I'll go when I want to go. I'm not here for his whims. Especially, it took him like 3 times last month, and he kept saying, I just need a couple items. I have more than enough. And each time he came out with a huge cart full of stuff. I'm like, what the heck? And you made me sit here. My ice cream melted all over the place. We were going to have Kentucky Fried Chicken because he says, take me to the Kentucky Fried Chicken and I'll buy it. Well, then something came up and my aide arrived later than I expected. Well, we didn't get Kentucky Fried Chicken. Not that that's the best thing in the world. I haven't been happy with it lately. And I prefer it cold than hot. So I would have to get it and put it in the refrigerator and let it get cold. I'm not cold chicken. I'm not big on hot chicken. Unless it's a really good chicken. Greg says, I got a gift of 2 Easter eggs earlier. Well, that's cool. Real eggs or chocolate ones? I'm thinking about chocolate Easter eggs right now. I have no candy. Very few snacks. I have popcorn, which I'm getting tired of. I have unsalted pretzels, which I'm not in the mood for. I don't have any more noodles. I have some pasta, but that's all last night. I finished it up, but later on, and it wasn't that good the second time around. I do have tuna. I have chicken salad. With chicken, I can make chicken salad. If my mayonnaise hasn't gone bad, of course. I have bread in the freezer. cans of soup. Still have that cake though in the mug. Oh, so why does this look different? Oh, that's right. I'm on the screen, not on StreamYard. That's why it looks different. But I think I have to get the whole first part of the story done and get it laid out. And then I can worry about putting in the descriptions to make it sound better, maybe increase the word count. Right now, you need to get the story down. That's the hard part. And I'm changing it, so I'm rewriting the end. That's problematic in some spots. But I'm trying to take my beta readers, different things if I think that they have merit in using them. I'll have to reread some of them. I don't remember everything they said. Try to get an idea. Either way, I have to fix it because I took one of the murders away. I just totally changed everything. You're going offline for a few minutes. Okay. I must start another sprint. I think Carrie's still here, so. And I think Gibberish may or may not still be here. So I'll go ahead and start another sprint. See what I get done. Oh, there's Amelia. Hi, Amelia. Happy Easter, if you celebrate. First word out practically is sprint. I was just getting ready to set it up. 25 words, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. You do celebrate, and she's dropping Easter eggs everywhere. Not the religious part, just the egg part. Well, whatever part of Easter you celebrate, it's fine. So you do the egg part. That's the fun part. Wouldn't even mind having some hard-boiled eggs right now. Or maybe a soft-boiled egg. No, that sounds good. Soft-boiled egg. Like the taste of the warm yolk against the white. If you cook it just right, and the white is, solid, and the yolk is still runny, that tastes really great. Egg salad is good. I had egg salad in the hospital a couple times. And I don't usually make it at home too often, but yeah, I love egg salad. Very plain egg salad. I don't like all the celery and stuff that some people cut up into it. Just eggs and mayo, that's it. And deviled eggs, same way. Eggs, cut them and double with a little bit of mustard and mayo in the middle to make it filling. Filling. That's cool. And now I'm sitting here talking and the timer's running. Okay, no more talk. Back to story and talk later. I'll see you in a little bit. Okay. Still working on trying to straighten the story out, make it more streamlined. I see we have a newcomer. Hello, Tina. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I stream 5 days a week regularly. And tomorrow is my day off. And Wednesdays, I usually co-host on another stream. So Monday's really my only day off when I'm not streaming somewhere. So that'll give me some time tomorrow to try and recuperate, because this is not as easy. Because I go long hours, so I don't do just 2 hour streams. My streams run for hours. I see Amelia has been asking you questions. Amelia is also planning out her ending in detail, and it's kind of making me upset and second guessing it, since it isn't the happiest ending. Well, not every story has a happy ending, though most do. It can be difficult going for that happy ending. Sometimes it just isn't a happy ending. Mia says, I think we're writing every day this month because of Nano. Well, Nano has something to do with it. Certainly. A lot more people are streaming. It hasn't changed my schedule too much. Basically, since I do it so much as it is, it's not really changing much. Tina is trying to find a better transition for her main subplot. Sorry. That could be hard. Tina is brainstorming. Julia says I wrote 5 whole words. Well, I just wrote a lot of words, but I delete a lot of words too. So it kind of sometimes evens out. I'm not really counting the words for here. I'm only counting the words I'm doing on my actual stories itself, because it's hard to, when you're editing, it's hard to count words. Granted, I just wrote a huge section, but I cut out a lot of it, so it's hard to do it. Amia says it's a sad ending that leads into a happier sequel. Well, that's good. Tina says unhappy endings can make a reader think. Yeah. You said not every book I've read has had a happy ending. And I don't think it's mandatory, although most people want a happy ending. And if it's going to lead to a sequel that might be a better off, then they're likely to be able to ignore the happy ending, the unhappy ending. Greg is back. Hi, Greg. Amelia says true to Tina. And Tina says many very good books have a sad ending. It's life. And that's the thing, you have to decide, are you writing a story just for the happy ending, or you want to go with what's more realistic? Some situations there's not going to be a happy ending. I say happier, though it's probably more neutral and just happier than the sadder first book. I mean, I have to admit, if I'm reading a book, I kind of like a happy ending. But it doesn't mean they all have them. Tina says you could make it open as to give hope or not. Reader decides. Yeah. I don't know. For me, I find it hard. If I know a book's got a sad ending, I will probably not read it. Like I say, somebody says, "Oh, don't read such and such. It's got a sad ending." I'm gonna likely not read it because I don't want. If I know it has a sad ending, I don't want to read something that has a sad ending. But that's just me. Tina says, I like Haruki Murakami and is never totally happy in the end. Just life goes on. It just jumped on me. I'm trying to read. Right in the middle of my reading, it jumped. Just life goes on. Mia says, yeah, the first book is going to end with him getting publicly executed, but it's a soft magic fantasy. So he says some spells and tries to make it so that he comes back after death. It's more open until the sequel. Personally, Greg says, I am not a fan of ambiguous endings. There's a lot of people feel that way. Endings that are left up to the reader to decide. Tina says, I also like books about real life. Sometimes it's just not that happy. Yeah. Yeah, if it's about real life, you can't make everything happy because real life is not really happy in a lot of cases. If you're making it real life, you got to go with what really happened. Otherwise, it's fiction and you can do whatever you want. But yeah. I've even had books where I've rooted for the bad guy. Like I'm reading, and I know the main character, she usually supposed to be the good guy. But it's like, well, I kind of feel for the bad guy. I've had some of those. It's like, I don't really know how I want this to end because I feel for the bad guy and I'm rooting for the bad guy. So I don't want, something bad to happen to him. Mary says, yeah, sometimes I want real life. Sometimes I want to be happy. I find stories for both. Tina says, if you have some humor inside, it balances it out. It's like giving depth. Life is not happy, but you can make it be. Yeah, I mean, humor certainly helps. Unless it's a super serious book, a little humor goes a long way. Okay. Greg says I was rooting for Walter White in Breaking Bad. I'm not really familiar with that, but I'm going to kind of figure maybe he was the bad guy. Amelia says, I'm emotionally traumatizing my main character. It's so interesting, but also sad. And then Mia says, I don't watch Breaking Bad. Sorry. Yeah, I haven't seen Breaking Bad, so I really couldn't. But I do find myself rooting in some books. I find myself rooting for the bad guy. And I don't know if that's what the writer intended or if it's just how I feel. I don't know. Oh, here's gibberish. I'm back. I had dinner and had to help my mom with using her phone. Hmm. I do that to my kids all the time. It's like, how do I do what? How do I do what? And I'm like, Mom. A sequel I'm planning would be therapy for him from the first book. Mm. The funny thing is, I have to do that now to my kids. And when I was younger and the phones weren't as complicated, I'm not very good with a smartphone. And, we had very uncomplicated phones. And my dad gets this phone and he can't do anything. And I'm the one getting all the questions. How do I, and so like I was, fixing all the stuff for him. He couldn't figure out how to get his voicemail. He didn't know what the different things meant. He was like totally lost. He said, I don't understand this phone. So, I get a smartphone and it's like, I don't know what the heck I'm doing. And now I'm asking my kids, what do I do? And they're like, oh, Mom. I said, I know. I did it to my dad. I always asked him, why are you asking me these things? Why don't you understand? But I understand now why it's hard. So, Tina says, then in the end, just give him a glimpse of hope or deep insight. Mia says, yeah, good advice. Okay. Well, my first book has a happy ending. It has a surprise ending, but it has a happy ending. Okay. Are we ready to do another sprint? You never know whether there's comments coming because StreamYard is super duper slow. And should I wait or not? Like, I'm never sure because StreamYard is so darn slow. But sometimes there isn't a comment. So it's like, how long do you wait? Okay. So Amelia says sprint and Gibberish says sprint. Okay. We're going to sprint again. 25 minutes on the timer. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Time to mute myself. I am sorry if you guys can hear my neighbors. I have headphones on and I can still hear them yelling out there. So I'm sorry if you're hearing all that. But my door is only a few feet from theirs and the sound carries and they're yelling. So if it carried through into the stream, I'm sorry. They're quieting down, so hopefully whoever was left and they're not standing in the hallway screaming at them. But sometimes it happens. I live in an apartment complex that's, I shouldn't say complex. It's a building, high-rise building. So the apartments are all jammed against each other, top and bottom, sideways, across the hall, etc. You can't hear it. Great. I'm glad to hear that because I can hear it through my headphones, and I'm like, oh boy. If I can hear the noise, I wonder how long it is for you guys. So I'm glad you're not hearing it. All right, back to my writing. Wow, 25 minutes is just so short. And I'm really getting into something and I have to stop. Sometimes I think just writing on my own and, writing till I feel like stopping is a lot easier than this. So I'm still working. I'm on the interrogations after the murder. So I'm on the first person, which they're starting with, obviously, the cheater, the infidel, or whatever you want to call it. He was cheating on his wife, and, well, obviously the girlfriend got killed. So we're trying to figure out who did this. Was it the wife? Was it the husband? Was he trying to get her out of the picture? So, because his life at home was pretty hell right now. But and there's other people. So that's what I'm working on now, and I'm trying to make their descriptions, trying to make it not as word intensive while still getting the needed words across. So I don't have a lot of experience in writing these kind of things, so I'm struggling a lot. Just, not sure what I'm doing. So, yeah, it could be a little bit complicated at points. It can be a little word intensive at points because everybody's telling kind of the same story, and I have to try to change things up a little bit. So, it's not repetitive, which is one of the complaints my beta readers had. And so how'd you guys do? Amir says the noise cancellation is incredible on a lot of chat sites. The chat site can differentiate voice from noise so well I can eat chips while on call with my cousins and they won't know. That's interesting. I mean, I muted myself, so you couldn't hear me munching on the popcorn, but I could hear it in my head through my headset because I have the headset on so I can hear the timer. And that's interesting. So Greg's still reading the book that he found and was happy to find something in his interest that he's doing. He did a video the other day, very labor-intensive video, and now he's getting a lot of people subscribing to his site. So it was very rewarding. It may have taken longer to do, but he's reaping the rewards from it. So sometimes, taking that little extra bit of time can be worth it. Excuse me. This is a weird night. I think because because during the week I sprint starting at 7 Eastern time. And on the weekends I do it at 5. And I think starting earlier, it feels like it should be later because I've been on for 4 hours. Hard to believe. And so it should be later because normally I start at 7. So the night's a little weird. But I should have expected a lot of noise because, especially across the hall, they always have people in. They always are, entertaining, and they are very loud. Very loud. And they do that out in the hallway. Instead of doing it in the apartment before coming out, they open the door and they come out in the hallway and they yelled up and down the halls while they're waiting for the elevators to come. So, Greg, you're funny. It is hard to believe I was there from the start. Yeah, I guess you were. I'm telling your story. Sorry, not my place, but I thought it was pretty interesting that, you know, you were always going on and on about how long this video was taking, how long, how hard, how whatever, and it paid off for you in a great way. I mean, you're getting all these subscribers, so I think it's a good story. I just throw videos together. I don't do much to them, and don't know much about editing, so my editing skills are not too intensive either. So I just do videos, and they're not super great. Thank you. After I already told it, right? Just give me permission to tell it now. But I think it's a good thing because, wow, look at that. In just that short period of time, you just got another 2 subs. So, you know, it pays off. Taking time with your video paid off. You planned it out. You executed it. It took a while, but it was worth it. That's great. You're gonna pass me soon because I lost one last night. I think I'm at 184 now. So you're almost past me. And maybe by the end of the night you'll be past me. Which is great. I'll probably have to go look at this video and see just how you did it. I know you said it's not a really interesting subject to most people. It's not. But that doesn't mean you can't come up with a good video to make it a little bit more interesting. That'll be interesting to see what you've done with it. So anybody else get anything at all done? I mean, you don't have to tell me if you don't want. Yeah, whatever you want to tell me is fine. I don't want to pester people. I try not to pester people. And sometimes I go on streams and I kind of keep them myself. I'm not a big chatter myself. You may not know that by the fact that I live stream all the time. I am an introvert, believe it or not. Greg says, I think a lot of the views, subscriptions is driven by a video I did a while back. Why would it be happening now? But you said you saw a really marked increase now after posting this video. Well, it could be a combination of them both because, you know, once people find somebody, they'll tend to look at some of the other videos to see what's available. I made a video about web programming, and lately in the news, there were issues with PHP and Ruby on Rails. I cannot be sure that there is a connection, but it is interesting. Yeah. It's hard to say whether there's a connection or not. I mean, I don't know that's something you can really pinpoint. And it's, you know, like I said, it's a different kind of website completely, since it's dealing with web programming, you know, website programming. Didn't I just say that? Thought I heard it somewhere before. That video gained 700 views during the last 4 days. Big jump. Wow. Yeah. Well, like you said, a lot of times if you find somebody and they're really interested and they like the video, they tend to start searching through your older stuff to see what you've done, and maybe if you have something else that they can use. I mean, in some places it may not, you know, it may not be that way, depending on what your subject is, but, you know, they may be looking for other things in that area, and so that it would lead them to look through your site and see what else you had. And you're definitely on the way up, so that's great. I'm happy for you. I'm just happy that I even got past 100. I mean, I didn't expect this to be anything. I expected it to be a total waste, because I am an introvert and I didn't know how this was going to work. And it turned out I liked doing live streams, and doesn't make me less of an introvert. And I am hiding behind the computer screen, but I am out there for everybody to see. I mean, what you see is what is what you get. That is me. So, then having said that, my last video about text got quite a good feedback too. Well, cool. You're definitely on the right track. Try not to, I mean, if you see a sudden change in the opposite direction, then you need to analyze and think, all right, now what did I do that would cause this change in the opposite way? Because then you've obviously done something different and it wasn't a good thing. I mean, I know all the things you're supposed to do, and I did a lot of listening to videos on how to set up channels, how to get followers. Not that I follow everything they say, but, you know, the best way to make your videos and to make your thumbnails, you know, don't just pop something up there, which I tend to do. You know, make them more personal, and etc., etc., etc. I could go on forever and recite verbatim the stuff that I've learned. I don't always follow, and I'm not out here actually trying to build a huge following, so I am not too worried. I mean, a lot of these people are out here looking to monetize their channels and make lots of money, and they have to follow all that stuff. I'm out here for the fun, for, you know, and for what I can do for other people. I'm not out here to try and make money. That's the last thing I need, because I don't need anything screwing with my benefits. So no money. As weird as that sounds, no money. So, but it doesn't stop me from trying to know what is best, what I should do, how to go about doing it. Not that I'm planning on doing it. In the beginning, I sat and I made each thumbnail, and I put it, you know, snapped a new picture and I put it on there. You know, it's what I was wearing in the video that day. You know, trying to make all the, you know, the videos so that there was space to like point at something. You know, they tell you to, you know, take these videos and put something up there like you're pointing to the words, all that stuff. I was like, you know what? I see people that do a lot less than that, and they're still growing. It has nothing to really do. It may not, I can't say nothing, but it's not, you know, totally dependent on me having a nice, new, freshly made picture and pointing at the words in my thumbnail. That's not the whole thing. It's a big picture thing. So, let's see. Okay. My marketing strategy is extremely simple. I put a post on Reddit, just a link to the video on the C programming subreddit. You know, I don't even know what Reddit is. I mean, I know it's obviously some kind of social media thing, but I don't know anything about Reddit. Never been on it. As for the thumbnail, yellow border to make it pop. Oh, so that's why everybody... I personally think it's weird when I see people outline everything in their videos with yellow. And I don't like the outlining of, you know, like they put a picture of themselves and they're doing something, and then they outline the whole thing in yellow. And I'm like, I don't like the border, personally. I think it looks, when they're, you know, putting a border on everything in the picture. You are very niche, Tessa. Yes, I am. I'm basically just a writer, writing videos and live streams for time writing. Yeah, I guess it is definitely niche. And they do say do not to mix things, you know, so I shouldn't suddenly throw yoga videos on there or anything else on there, because then people will start unsubscribing because I'm putting things they're not interested in. Because the people that sign up for my site are interested in writing, not in yoga necessarily, or whatever subject you want to talk about. And a lot of people do that, though. They make, you know, this niche of their life, and they have videos on all kinds of things. It's like, just what exactly are you? You know? So, yeah, I am very niche. I'm a writer on a deadline. I finally have a deadline. Makes me a little bit more interested in keeping, you know, on the writing. Greg says, haven't said that. Kate Kavanaugh or By the Brook have way more subscribers. Still very small in YouTube terms. Oh, yeah. Well, they haven't hit the million mark yet. That's for sure. But they are very big when it comes to Authortubers. They're pretty big in, you know, the writing niche. Oh, yeah. They definitely... Well, By the Brook slowed down there for a while. She just had a video about why she's been offline pretty much for quite a while. She said, I wondered about her. I hadn't seen her. She used to always post videos and live streams, and she hasn't been doing it. So she just had a video about that. They make a lot more videos other than live streams, and there's a lot of energy in their videos. Yeah, I'm not that kind of person, and that's why I wondered, you know, if I would ever get anywhere. So when I got to 100, I was like surprised. I'm like, and that plus I'm not young. I mean, the average age of Authortubers is like 30 at the most. They're getting younger every day. So, you know, I feel like really ancient compared to them. And I'm not that type of person, you know. I just don't have that, whatever it is. I don't even know what you call it. But they have, yeah, something. Oh, good grief. Why did she go quiet? I completely forgot at this point. She was somewhat, you know, not sure where she wanted to go. The books weren't going the way she thought, and her writing wasn't what she thought she wanted at the time, and she scrapped a bunch of books she was in the middle of and just dropped them. So, I think she's planning on making a comeback because there were a lot of people that loved her streams and stuff. But she just kind of, you know, went quiet for quite some time. So I did listen to the video. Part of it obviously didn't stick because I couldn't tell you exactly what her reasons were at this point. But I know she scrapped a lot of books that she had planned, which she mentioned at the time, you know, because she was talking about them all the time, and then suddenly she's like, well, I decided not to do that one anymore. Not necessarily giving reasons for why, just that she didn't plan on doing them anymore. And so I don't know what her new method will be. Because she was one of the first ones. Besides, Kate was the first person. And then I started following Kate's friends. So, you know, Brooke was always mentioned. They were always, you know, streaming live together and, you know, doing things together. And so, you know, I started following Brooke, and then she kind of faded in and out, in and out, in and out. You know, and then there was a really long period of time where she was quiet. And she said, I'm not really giving up on writing. I'm not actually going to stop writing, but it's definitely not the, you know, the big thing it was in her life. I don't know how people make that many videos. I mean, I struggle with what I can, and I'm not very good with editing. And like you said, I don't have that same, I don't know if it's vitality or what it is. I mean, part of what drew me to Kate was she seemed real. I mean, she would, you know, make faces when she made a mistake and, you know, things like that. I mean, she just seemed like a real person. Like you were having a conversation with her. Where some of these people, well, some of them, they perfect it to a inch of its life so they won't make a mistake. And sometimes that comes across as too much. You know, not real. I prefer someone who's real. So, but I'm sure if you look up Brooke by the Brook, and, you know, her video would be there. I can't exactly say at this point. I remember exactly what her reasoning was. But there are certain ways to do things that get better. And what I don't like, someone else may love. So, you know, there's people like different things. I see a lot of people doing this outlining thing and outlining, you know, their figure. And I don't know, I just think it's weird. I prefer mine more real. And to me, having an outline around your figure and the stuff in your video is not real. It's just like I don't like paintings that are surreal and whatnot. I like realism. You know, I want it to be real. So, okay, we're probably boring the other people to death. So maybe we should go to another sprint. And you could go back to your reading or whatever you're doing, your new book that you found, and I will go back to my writing. They do have a deadline now. So it's a little bit easier now to like end it, the last of the piece I was writing. If I start another one now, that's on me. But right now, the two that I did are done. So I don't have to rush and try to catch up. And I can miss it. You know, if I don't want to write one night, I can miss it. I don't have to do the prompt that day. I mean, not that I'm required to make every prompt, but it was my way of doing it. It was that I was going to do each and every prompt. So I always felt as if I was behind in my blogging. And I like to blog every day, at least try to blog every day, at least one post, which is why I use prompts, because I can't come up with things on my own. I really do believe in prompts. So, all right, I'm going to set another timer. 25 words, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And I will see you guys in 25 minutes or so. All right. Another sprint done. How did we do? My story's starting to come back up towards the 50,000 mark. I am getting some words in there. I want it to be at least 50,000. Doesn't have to be a lot, but I want to at least be 50,000. I'm still getting things a little out of order. I just got another chunk I'll probably have to cut out, though. So that's going to bring it back down again. Greg says just a little progress. Gibberish just showered. A lot of people shower on my streams. Can be known as the shower stream. I'm just trying to get to person number 1 in my list of suspects before I have to tackle the next one. Figure out what to say, what not to say. I'm still not sure this order is right. Like, I'm trying to highlight parts that I'm pretty sure I have to work on, whether it's delete or just revert. And then, delete them as I put them back into the story or decide not to use them. So, it's interesting, that's for sure. Okay, so Funky says, I slid it right at the end. Fixed one thing I had in my notes. That's progress. Nice to see you, Funky. Tina says, I think I got it. My transition. Great job. It's always exciting when we get something that we're working hard for and just can't quite get. So I'm glad to hear that. Amelia said I played some of Luigi's Mansion. I really should be doing work, but it's a holiday, whatever. We all have our reasons for not doing things. And Chipper's just laughing at you. I'm not a big game player either. I'm really a dull person, I guess. But I don't get into games and movies, and I haven't even read much lately. I used to read all the time. I used to read a book a day. A book a day. They were mystery novels, and I used to read at least one every day. And I kind of got out of them. And, right now I really could use that experience of reading those novels, to help me write my mystery novel. And let's see, Funky says, super tired tonight. Hopefully I can power through. I understand that. I've been even thinking about possibly, dropping a day, maybe Friday off my schedule, because I'm just so exhausted that I know it doesn't necessarily have to do with the streaming, but I'm not getting well rested, and there are physical reasons for that, and they're working on it. But right now I'm just so tired. I don't know whether I should just give up on it and cut down the amount of time I spend online. I'll have to think about it. I mean, I've been enjoying this, and it is going to drop anyhow, because if I go to assisted living, I may either not be able to stream at all, or if I go on the free version, it will be very short little streams, back like normal people. I'm not so normal. I'm known for my long streams. For people looking for long streams, people will send them to me, because I tend to to have very long streams. So Amelia's, I'm not good with those. I think it's happy or whatever, grinning or whatever. And it's my Easter gift along with Splatoon 2 Octo expansion. Having fun, but also Nano. Funky says I've also got my word count below 127K finally. And I'm trying to get mine up above 50,000 because it dropped when I started doing, work on the story and realizing how much stuff I really was repeating myself. And so now I'm under 50,000. So I'm trying to get up to at least 50,000. And you're trying to get your word count down below 127. So we're both in a strange place. Funky says you got to take care of yourself first for sure. Yeah, I know people keep telling me that, and I don't like the idea of having to do that. But I'm, not in a very good place physically, and it's not helping that I'm so exhausted. And I need to, like you say, everybody right here even is Gibberish is saying, if you need to rest, then you should listen to your body. Yeah, I gotta stop pushing myself. I mean, if I want to sit and, just quietly write on my own, it's one thing. But leading a stream is more work, and not as satisfying because I do have to try to keep track of what's going on in the stream while some people don't even write at all while they're doing the stream. They just sit there to make sure everything's going on in the beginning. I did kind of do it that way, but now I like to write, so I need to like you said, take care of myself. I'm not in a good place right now, and I'm kind of adding to my own problems by not taking care of myself. So Gibber said, I'd rather you take one day off to rest than a couple of days at the hospital. You got a point, Gibberish. You definitely have a point there. We've already seen me twice go to the hospital during a stream, so I'd like to not do that again. Funky says, yep, need to cut 25K more. Oh my gosh. I'm having enough trouble cutting things out, and mine's short. But it's noticeable, and like I said, I'd like to at least get above the 50K mark. And now I'm down to 49,000, and I've got to try and at least hit the 50,000 mark. But I'm not sure because I might end up cutting more out, or I might be able to figure a way of adding some more in. So it's still too early to tell what it's going to be, but it's going to be close, really close. I'd hate that to cut 25K out. Oh, man, that's half my story. You have a big story to begin with. So, yeah. That's where I'm at. I was sitting here thinking, because I had thought about making chili the other day, and I didn't do it. And now part of me is saying, man, I really want chili. Like I'm, back and forth. I'm really obsessed with food, and it's really a hard problem for me. I'm a binge eater, so I have a hard time. Funky says, I think I have a way to do it, but I'm going to wait until beta feedback. Might be a good idea. They might come up with a better idea. 25,000 words is a lot. Like I said, that's half my story. I can't imagine. I mean, I've never been able to write anything long. To get the 50,000 words is really hard for me. And now, of course, I'm under the 50,000 mark. I want to at least bring it up a little bit. I mean, I'm getting better with details. I mean, a lot of it was the details, and it was really, really sparse. But, you know, then I'm starting to add more details to it. Makes it look a little bit fuller than it was. Yes, we can sprint. By all means. 25 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. See you in 25. Funky says, yeah, I don't want to cut the third act because a lot of character work is being done. But I think I have a shortcut to cut it down if it needs it. That's cool. I hope you can figure it out without cutting out a whole third act. I hit the wrong button. I went to hit to stop the thing and I hit reset instead. So the next one's ready to go. I just updated the start button. um, I started putting meat on to cook for chili. Hi, Courtney. I put some meat on to cook for chili. I decided to go ahead and make it. That meant climbing the stupid step stool, which isn't a very good thing for me. I'm very wobbly, but I didn't want to use the grabber thing because not having a can come down and knock me in the head was not on my list of things to do tonight. So I decided to climb the ladder instead, and I pulled out a couple of things that were definitely way expired. Get my aide to take them to the trash tomorrow. I don't have much in the freezer. I don't want to stop too far ahead either, because if I do end up going, I don't want a whole refrigerator and freezer full of food. Wasted money, and then I'd have to worry out what to do with all that. So I have to kind of try to keep, enough that I have what I need without having to make multiple trips to the grocery store, though. It's not as bad as it was last March when everything was shut down. You can at least get into the store now and not waiting lines of people and all that stuff. But I decided I wanted chili. So the only way to do that was and some of this meat is getting up there, so I really should cook this meat. It's been in there a while. One I threw out. He was dated the middle of the night, 2019, which means it went in there on 2019. So we're almost to the middle of 2021. So I decided to toss that one. And these other ones are almost a year old, so I figure they're still a good possibility. They got some freezer burn, a little bit of ice in there, but for the most part, not too bad. And I just tried a piece that was cooked and it tastes all right. So I think I'm safe. I do have to remember. Oh, I turned the light off. I was trying to keep the light on to remind me to go back in there and check the meat that's cooking before I set off the smoke alarms in here. Because, man, they're loud when they go off. So, a little bit more writing, not much, because I was busy doing all that. So I did get a little bit done. How's about you guys? Anything? Anybody? Are we still kind of where we were? I had to go while I'm waiting for anybody to respond. If they're going to, I'm going to go turn that light back on to remind myself that I need to keep an eye on the meat in the fridge, on the stove, I mean. All right, so Greg's still reading. I didn't get much written because I had to read what was there first, decide what needed to be done, tried to delete some of the stuff out I know I definitely don't need. So I'm about to start on the second suspect. See where we go there. I know tomorrow I have to get up early to go to an appointment for my hearing aids. It's been 6 months and I've hardly worn them. Like trying to put a hearing aid on that goes over your ear along with a mask and a pair of glasses. Oh, gee. Take off the mask, the hearing aid goes flying. Batteries don't last real long. It's just like I'm hearing things now I didn't hear before, but I'm not sure it's better because it's annoying. So I have to keep an eye on my time tonight. It will not be a late stream since I have to get up in the morning. It's a long ride too. I'm not driving, I get transportation. They're driving me. So I'm trying to remember. Did they have, I may not be able to go in. I may have to call in and wait outside. And they almost always drop you off early. Monkey says sorry, was finishing a sentence. I don't blame you. Though I normally stop wherever I'm at. I know a lot of people will finish the sentence they're on. I kind of stop. When the alarm goes off, I stop. No matter where I'm at. But sometimes while I'm listening to the talking, I'll go in and actually, write what during. Done that before. Funky says I have to complete the sentence. It's a compulsion. I have compulsions. That's not one of them, though. I do have some funny ones, but... Hi, Alley Cat. Nice to see you. Happy Easter if you celebrate. Keep forgetting this Easter. I'm not doing any celebrating here, so... It's not like my family celebrated it beforehand, so I'm not missing out on anything. I'm sure she would have celebrated with her in-laws normally. That was her thing. Her in-laws became more important than her own parents. She still confuses me when she calls them mom and dad. Well, dad's gone. He just passed away in January, but she calls them mom and dad, and I'm like, what are you talking about? And then oh, that's right, she calls her in-laws mom and dad. I could never do that. Thank you, Alley Cat. I could never do that. Could not call my mother-in-law mom, whatever. Plus, I didn't like her, so I had a hard time there. She didn't like me. She didn't let me marry him. So, there wasn't any love going there, so I wasn't going to call her mom. But my daughter had great in-laws. And unfortunately, he did pass. So. You can't do that either, Funky. Mm. I'll have to check my meat soon. Of course, at the rate I'm going, it won't be ready before it's time for bed. It'll be ready for tomorrow's. I'll have to put the whole thing in the refrigerator and cook it up tomorrow. When I come back from I don't leave a crock pot on when I'm gone. Can't do it. I know a lot of people do, but it's one thing I can't do. I have to call my mom and dad, mom and dad. Everyone else is their name. Yeah. I never knew what to say. And I really couldn't call her by her first name either because that didn't seem right. So I tried to avoid having to call her anything. And if I was talking to other people, I would usually say, Andy's mom. Like I just couldn't do it. Or my mother-in-law, something like that. I just couldn't do it. And I hated to have to talk about her because then I would have to come up with a name. So I tried to, when I talk to her, try not to have to conversation where I have to call her by something. She was never going to be my mother. My daughter feels differently, and I'm glad for her that she found a great family. They are great people, and I'm sorry he passed because they were great people. And she was really lucky to get a great in-laws family. But it confuses me because she calls them mom and dad, and I'm like, what are you talking about? And it's like, oh, you don't mean us. It's a strange thing. She used to really bother me because I knew she didn't want me to marry him, and she would pretend to my mom's face that she thought I was wonderful. And my mom knew, yeah, we can do this for. And my mom knew also that that was not the way it was. And she'd lie right to my mom's face about how wonderful I was. And it's like, everybody knows you didn't want him to marry me. Why are you pretending otherwise? Who are you trying to fool? All right, one more spin. Here we go. Timer is set, so I think I just have to hit start. So I'm going to hit start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yep, work. Okay. Yeah, we'll make this the last sprint, and then I can do what I have to do before bed, finish my meat up and get the ingredients together. They'll just have to finish tomorrow in the crock pot when I come home. I won't be able to eat it tonight, but I really don't need it, so it's not like I'm starving. I need a meal. I can live without it. It'll be ready to go, though. I won't have to do any prep for it. Just throw it in the crock pot and let it simmer. Okay. I'm going to mute for now. Okay. Had a little bit done. Worked a little bit on the chili, breaking up the meat and stuff. It was in a big frozen chunk. I got some more words added. Got some more deleted. At this rate, I'm not sure where it's going to end up at. But I'm still working on the investigators, working on subject number 1. Some of it's still a little screwed up, so I'm trying to get it into some sort of order. It means that I got all sorts of distracted. I can understand that. It happens. I mean, it's been 6 hours now, so I really should stop. I got things to do before I go to bed. Chili's not at a point where I can stop it, so I have to let it cook for a while. And I need to get to bed earlier than what I normally do. Maybe I won't be half dead when I leave here tomorrow morning. Just trying to stay awake when someone else is driving you can be difficult. And I have transport picking me up in the morning for my appointment. You're welcome, Funky. Hope to see you guys soon. I'm off tomorrow. Mondays are my nights off. I usually go to Austin K and then Laura Nettles after her at 10 on Mondays. If you're looking for a stream or something. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty around because of Nano. There's plenty to choose from. But those are the 2 I will most likely be at. Depending on how I feel. I mean, if I'm still really, really tired, like last week, I ended up ending early. I got on Austin's at 8, and I'm like, by 8:15, I'm like, I can't do this. I'm too tired. So I ended up going to bed. So, yeah, don't feel any pressure. Plenty of streams going on during that right now. And that's true. There are plenty to choose from. Way too many to choose from. That's part of the problem. There's a lot of them I would like to go to, but can't do them all. And so, yeah, we're going to end this now. And I'm going to try to get to bed early. We'll see how that goes. I do have a few things I have to do before I go. And I'm half asleep. So I need to wake up and, finish this up and then off to sleep. Good night, Greg. I'll see you on another stream, I'm sure. Good luck with your your channel. It's growing so fast. I'm so happy. So, see you guys later. Have a good night. Happy Easter. If you celebrate it, and it's almost over. It's almost midnight. Actually, stopping this before midnight. Amazing. Okay. I will see you guys later. Good night.